Hello, good morning. Welcome. Right now, they're going through the process of pulling cane. They start out with a molten glass on the end of a pipe that is inside of a furnace, right where Ben's standing. Inside, it's about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. They gathered that up and then flattened the glass, connected a rod to the other end of that flattened piece of glass, and they're now stretching it out. So they're creating flat cane. This is really interesting and unique work that's very process-oriented. So the different shapes of the cane get slumped inside of a kiln. So inside this one, there are bars on top of a kiln shelf, and that is how they're able to make this sort of like ramen-like shape. I guess ramen is the best way for me to describe it because it literally looks like you opened a pack of noodles up. So the process is they stretch out the cane, then they'll cut it up into even lengths, put it inside of the kiln, and then slump it to make it that wiggly shape like this. Then a bunch of these get put together and sandblasted because sometimes they'll kiln wash will stick to the clear glass and they don't want that. It's not desirable. So then they sandblast these, bring them back into the hot shop and heat them up again and then pick them up. In this case, picked it up onto a bubble. So they've woven this structure out of the canes and then put it onto a bubble. So we do something similar to what you see out here and on the pedestal today. And we do have a slideshow of images that we can show you on the screen of the work, just to get you more familiar with this style of art. And they're here for a 5-day residency in the hot shop. Is there a talk on Sunday? What? Is there an artist talk on Sunday? Noon. Okay. Oh, timing. Okay. Okay. And there will also be an artist talk held here in the hot shop at noon on Sunday, so you can hear directly from the artist about their work. Okay, so then we're gonna roll it up out of here. Okay. So they're already woven stuff is in there? Yeah. Okay. So if you're picking it up onto a cylinder and the woven piece is flat, how do you reorient that? Yeah, just roll right up onto the surface of the. So is it elevated in there? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's like level. Cool. What? So they just pulled cane. This work is very process oriented. Oh, here they are again. They're doing it. So these are flat pieces. They've done triangle cane and flat cane. Oh, well. There's that. This is a brand new technique that you're seeing. They just invented. It was a little hot, yeah. So what they're doing, if you look, let's see, right here. So they pull the cane and then put bars that are made out of like, I think molite. It's like a kiln shelf material, but they're like straight lines on top of the kiln shelf, and then they lay the flat cane onto it and then heat it up and slump it so it gets this like noodle ramen type shape. Yeah, earlier this week. And so then they take these and put it together in a configuration similar to this, where they're all lined up together, and then they sandblast that to get off any of the kiln wash or debris, and then heat them up again, but weave a straight piece through the zigzags. So it's creating like a knitting type pattern. And then you can see how that looks when they've picked it up onto a bubble right here. Okay, yeah. And they've made a few different types of, this is really cool. So this is like a triangular cane. Oh, wow. Yeah. And then it's twisted, so it looks kind of like wrought iron or something like that. Did you guys see that up close, the shape of the end? Yeah. Cool, huh? They'll be doing like a elongated cylinder shape that they'll roll the knitting pattern up onto. These are the pieces. Can we show the slideshow of images of Kensuke's work, please? So you can see how they're oriented. Some of them are basket-like forms. Some of them are kind of more like wall-hanging tapestries. So I do have a little artist statement that I can read to you, a statement from Kensuke. It says, "All my works are made up of lines that express the softness of glass and the warmth of the act of knitting. A straight glass rod is fused in a kiln to form a fabric-like structure, and heat is applied to allow the piece to move freely and emphasize the shadow and the line of the piece. In this residency, I'll be creating a new work, and I've been making basket shapes for a long time and have been thinking more deeply about new, more fluid forms." That's really cool, that like long, yeah. It's a very unique process. Yeah. The way that they pull against each other, sort of. Right. It takes a lot to get glass to have a woven fabric look to it. I've seen small scale stuff done by flame workers in the past, and like creating these sort of colorful woven lines. Right, or like the, in the gift shop where they have that one woman that does knitting. Yeah. Glass. Yeah. That's really cool. Right. If I had a whole lot of money, I'd think about buying. I know, right? Oh, there's a lot of things I could say that about. Yeah, so see, they've got that all laid out. So this is glass. That's Sarah. So Sarah has the bubble on the blowpipe, and she's working on picking up more glass from the furnace where it's kept at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. Inside that furnace is a large crucible that can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. Each time she gathers more glass, she'll center the glass using a block. The block is the wooden ladle-shaped tool that's soaked in the buckets of water behind the bench. Sometimes there's small little bits of debris or air bubbles in the glass, and to make sure that you have nice clear glass, you can pick that out and then trim it away and reshape that area. welcome to the Hot Shop at the Museum of Glass. We are working with artists from Japan, Kensuke, and his wife, Mae. Today, they're going to be focusing on forms. This will be an elongated cylindrical form that they're doing, but basically he's using glass rods to create a woven tapestry-like pattern. And you can see examples of them over here on the pedestal, as well as over here on this table. But it starts out by taking the clear glass and stretching it out along the length of the hot shop, and then they chop up the cane and then heat it up in an oven to soften the glass and basically melt it into a pattern like this. So it creates that shape. There's bars inside the kiln, so when you put the flat piece on it, it forms this shape. These are then put together and woven into that tapestry. Right now they have a piece inside this annealer right over here that's heating up to around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then those individual rods will fuse together and create that woven structure. From there, they're going to be picking it up onto what Sarah's prepping right there at the bench. So that is a blowpipe with a clear glass on the end. She's just been working on gathering up the amount of glass needed for the size of the piece they're going to make. So just to give you a little more background information on our visiting artist, Kensuke was born in Japan, studied glass at the Toyama Institute of Glass Art, and graduated in 2021, as well as Tama Art University, also graduated in 2021. He was awarded a residency here at the Museum of Glass through the MOG's Application Visiting Artist Program, and was actually awarded in 2020, but because of complications with pandemic, they're here now. So little artist statement reads from Kensuke: all my works are made up of glass lines that express the softness of glass and the warmth of the act of knitting. A straight glass rod is fused in a kiln to form a fabric-like structure, and heat is applied to allow the piece to move freely and emphasize the shadow and line of the piece. In this residency, I'll be creating new work. I've been making basket-like shapes for a long time, but I've been thinking more deeply about new and more fluid forms. For those of you who arrived a little later on, welcome. We are working on creating an elongated cylinder. So you can see Gabe is hanging the pipe off the end of the bench, and they're going for a specific diameter. So he has a pair of calipers there to measure. Sarah's setting up a board with wet newspaper on it, and they'll use that to create a nice straight contour to the cylinder. Our visiting artist is here for a 5-day residency. And Kensuke is here from Japan, along with his wife, Maye, who is not currently on the floor at the moment, but is prepping cane off the floor by sandblasting it. So you can see the woven structures in this image on the screen. And right now they have one of those woven pieces inside this oven right over here heating up. So this is extremely process oriented. Starts by pulling cane or creating those thin rods of clear glass. Those then get placed into an oven and made into this wiggly shape. And when you put them all together, it looks like top ramen. Then those pieces are sandblasted to clean them, because a lot of times the kiln wash or debris gets stuck to the surface in that heating process. So then it's sandblasted, then it's brought back out, and then they take straight pieces and weave through these curves. Then that's heated up again and then picked up onto a bubble. So we're at the point where we have the bubble on the blowpipe or the cylinder. And once they've got that prepped, they'll bring it over to that annealing oven number 2, right over there, the top loader, where that tapestry, that woven glass structure is heating up inside there. Gabe, how many pounds of glass is out there? 9.2? A skinny cat. Yeah. Yeah. My cat's 16 pounds, so that's that. It's one of those things you never measure. You know, like with clay, you can measure it on a scale and know exactly how much weight you have, where we don't have that. So the interesting thing here too is that they're more focused on they need this bubble to have integrity, so it's not super thin, and that's going to help hold that structure of the bubble when they go and pick up the woven piece onto it, because it's going to be a weird floppy moment when they pick it up, because it's soft inside that oven. Weird floppy moment. Yeah. How many people in here is their first time to the museum? Oh, that's wonderful. My name is Heather Cornelius. I'm your MC today. We have our hot shop team working. Sarah Gilbert, who's turning the pipe right now. Gabe Feenan, who's working on the cylinder. And Ben Cobb, who's blowing through the pipe. And they are our full-time hot shop team. And our visiting artist is Kensuke. He's in the yellow shirt, prepping up some cane for some pieces that they'll be working on this weekend. Also, you can hear from our visiting artist directly. He'll be hosting an artist talk here in the hot shop on Sunday at noon. If you can't come back for that, you can tune in online, museumofglass.org, to be able to watch that. So Ben is prepping a tungsten drill bit. They're going to place a hole in the outer end of the cylinder. And this is so they can attach another blowpipe and close off the end that's currently on this blowpipe. So they'll be puntying this up onto another blowpipe. For those of you who arrived a little later on, we're working with visiting artist Kensuke, who's here for a 5-day residency in the hot shop. Right now, Sarah has a large clear cylinder on the end of the blowpipe. It does have a small hole that's drilled in the very outer flattened end of it. Ben is going to prepare a second blowpipe that they're going to line up with that hole so they can close off the end that's currently on the pipe. This is going to be brought over to Annealing Oven number 2, and inside is a woven glass structure, very similar to what you see on the table here. And they're going to roll the cylinder over that glass woven structure to pick it up and create the sculpture. We can show you some images on the screen so you can become more familiar with Kensuke's work. So just read you a little artist statement here from Kensuke. It says, "All my works are made up of glass lines that express the softness of glass and the warmth of the act of knitting. A straight glass rod is fused in a kiln to form a fabric-like structure, and heat is applied to allow the piece to move freely and emphasize the shadow and line of the piece. In this residency, I will be creating new work. I've been making basket-like shapes for a long time, but I've been thinking more deeply about new and more fluid forms. And you can see this piece that was made earlier this week where they had this round bubble that they picked the woven form onto. They're really cool. I know. When I walked in this morning, I was like, that's really cool. Like, to get glass to look like fabric. Yeah. Right, yeah. So what Ben is doing right now, he just has clear glass on the end of a blowpipe. And what they're doing is creating an open end that's going to get attached to the flattened outer end of that cylinder. There's a hole that they use a tungsten drill bit to drill a hole there. So once they transfer it off onto this pipe, they'll be able to close off and finish the end that's currently on that one. So this is a blow punty. So they'll be able to still continue to blow into the form once it's transferred rather than a solid punty. And right now there is a fabric-like woven glass structure that's heating up in annealing oven number 2 just behind Maye. It's just like this oven, but located on that side of the shop. And they have that fabric-like structure heating up to about 1100 degrees Fahrenheit right now. So by the time they finish the cylinder, that'll be up to temperature, and they're gonna roll the cylinder over the structure and pick it up. Hi. Oh, okay. The question was about the different roles in the hot shop. So we have a visiting artist program, and Kensuke is here for 5 days in the hot shop. And then we have our resident full-time hot shop team that works with all the various artists that come through for residencies. And so Gabe Feenan is seated at the bench, Sarah Gilbert holding the pipe, and then on the far end is Ben Cobb. Gabe and Ben have been here as the resident team for 20 years now, and Sarah, I think, for about 17 years, 18 years. Did you keep track? Yes, this is Kensuke, and then Maye, his wife. They're from Japan. So he studied at the Toyama Institute of Glass Art and graduated in 2021, and also at Tama Art University, which he also graduated from in 2021. That sounds like a busy lifestyle. And so he was awarded the residency through Museum of Glass Application Visiting Artist Program, and that was in 2020, but because of COVID and shutdown, we're now able to finally get back to some of these artists who were applying at the time. So here we are. Also, reminder that on Sunday, there is an artist talk happening in the Hot Shop at noon, and you can also watch that on our YouTube. You can find the link to our YouTube channel on museumofglass.org. So they've now attached the blowpipe to the outer end where they drilled that hole, and Gabe is going to add a little bit of water to create stress cracks in the glass, then hit the pipe to break it away. So now they have access to working on that area where it was attached to the original blowpipe. So just there, Gabe was working on closing off the end of the cylinder. So now, once again, we have a bubble on a blowpipe. So Gabe is using a pad of newspaper that's soaked in water, which allows him to use the movement of his hands to shape the glass. And he'll have Sarah periodically blow through the pipe to inflate the bubble. So they have set up a board with wet newspaper on it. This is a paper marver, and it just allows them to spin the cylinder over it to make a nice straight contour to the cylinder. And at the same time, Gabe is there with a wooden paddle, and they can begin to press on the end of that to flatten that area of the cylinder. And they have a couple of measurements on calipers to measure the length of the cylinder, and they have another pair of calipers to measure the diameter. You have a question? Why do they use newspaper? It doesn't stick to it, and when it's wet, it just is a nice surface to be able to spin it in one spot, rather than on the marver table, which is metal. So it just allows it to slide over it very easy. Yeah. Yes. So they started out this morning by taking a glob of molten glass and flattening it so it's kind of like a rectangular flattened shape, and then attach another pipe to the other side of it, so you have two pipes, and then they stretch it along the length of the hot shop to create cane, which is the name of the rods that they're using. So in this case, all clear glass is being used, and then they cut it up into even lengths, and inside another annealing oven, there are these bars, and you can place the flat cane pieces onto that, heat it up, and then they slump over those bars to make the structure, that curved structure. From there, they get cooled down slowly and then assembled like what Maye's doing now, then taken and sandblasted, because a lot of times the kiln wash will stick to the surface from being heated, and so they basically need to clean them up and then assemble them with, so you have the curved ones and then straight rods that get woven through them to make that fabric-like structure. Then that gets assembled and then heated up once again, which is where we're at now. And annealing oven number 2 over there, there's one of those assembled fabric-like structures inside. And that's gonna get picked up onto this cylinder and then manipulated. Yes? Oh, they did do a round form earlier in the week. This one is going to be a cylindrical form that they may kind of play with the shape a little bit in terms of like spot heating it, maybe creating some bulges. Not really too sure yet, but it's a little bit of an experiment with the shape of this one. They did one yesterday that was just a straight cylinder, and so they're kind of moving from that and then seeing what else they can do. So we're on a little bit of a holding moment right now because the annealing oven, we're waiting for that to heat up. So it's about 1190 right now. We need to get that up a little hotter before they pick up the piece. So we're just waiting on the heat. So once it's hot enough, all of those individual rods sort of tack, fuse together. So they kind of become one fluid piece. And it's going to be a little interesting moment when they pick it up because it's soft. And so it'll be a weird, wobbly thing when they pick it up. So it's kind of exciting.
These are flat here. Were they those round rods before that she's lined up?
Yes, so it looks flat now because it's sort of settled when it was heated up the last time. So these curved ones will get laid out like this, and then they'll take straight pieces and place it through the curves. So it's literally like woven. So they can put the straight one through.
Right. Yeah. That I understand. I'm weaving yarn, so I mean, basically, like this is really different medium of the same.
Right. Yeah.
And they can do different weaving techniques too, probably different patterns.
Probably. I mean, there's some different shapes of what they've slumped, so they're going to come out looking a little different than these. So they're just experimenting with that as well.
Because this is like a basket weave, and then
Yeah.
they have tweed, and they have herringbone, and all the other. It's interesting.
It really is.
My mind's going into.
So we'll go ahead and play the slideshow of images on the screen so you can see some more of the finished pieces. So there's a lot of basket-like structures, and some of them are flat tapestry that hang on the wall. Did you have a question?
Does the cane stick to the piece, or it's only shaped?
So yes, what's heating up in the oven will stick to the surface of this bubble, and that cylinder really is kind of just going to disappear visually, and it's just there as a structure to get it up. Yeah, exactly.
You know, like that cylinder over there. That's hollow.
Yes, so that's a different technique than what we're doing right now. So the one on the pedestal, that was a sheet that was wrapped around when it was hot.
We're actually putting this piece right here over top of that other glass that we're
Yeah.
looking at right now.
Yeah,
And that glass will not visually will disappear, but it will
because it's covered with the fabric.
still be there.
Right, right. It's just to hold it, I guess. Yeah.
Give it more foundation.
Right, yeah. It is, right?
Pick up this piece. Yeah. We want to see that.
What does it have to get you? 13?
13, 15 would be nice. Yeah. It's going to be a minute. It's going to be yeah, I don't know if there's some movies we can find.
Okay. What kind of
This guy's got a question.
Okay. I think we have a slideshow of events that we can go over up on the screen as well.
How come every time if I take a glass jar that I buy at the grocery store and empty out, heat it up, it just shatters?
Well, this would too if it was room So we're going to play a video on the screen of charging the furnace, and this will give you some more information about the raw material that we're using and how it gets loaded into the furnace and melted down. So if we could play charging the furnace on the screen.
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And we have 2 of those glass furnaces in our shop, so we can literally have a ton of molten glass on hand at once. So the one that they're gathering from is on this side, and the other one is right over here on that side. You can see they have the same shaped doors. And then the glory hole furnace is the reheating chamber, and those are at about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's to maintain the malleability of the glass. So as it cools, it gets a little stiffer and stiffer, and at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, it's completely hardened and stopped moving or put on pause. So if you tapped on it, it would sound like you're tapping on a window pane at 1,000 degrees. It's when it goes below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit too quickly, that's when it cracks from thermal shock. So that's kind of like the danger zone. You don't want to go below 1,000 degrees at any time, or it could end up on the floor. And so we have annealing ovens. That's like this one over here that's heating up the fabric structure that's made out of glass. That's the top loader. We have side loaders, which are those big ones on the either end of the shop. And we have even more of these annealing ovens around back. So we can make larger pieces and also keep the hot shop moving, because once something is in that oven, it's usually in there for at least 24 hours. Eventually, it will get loaded into an annealing oven and then slowly come down. So they program that oven to come down incrementally in temperature over a period of time, dependent on the thickness of the glass. It'll stay in there for about overnight. Yeah. And so the thicker the glass is, the longer it takes to cool down. So they're, you know, solid pieces can be in there for quite a long time, days, even a week. So at the moment, we're just in a holding pattern because we're waiting for the annealing oven to heat up to about 1350. So the glass starts to move when you heat it up inside that oven. I guess it would begin to tack fuse at around 1200. So we're at 1230 right now. So we got a little ways to go. I have, yeah. I make unicorn horns out of glass and put them on figures, like life-size clay sculptures. Yeah, that's actually what I'm working on right now. Yeah, that and a bunch of planters with skulls on them. I'm really into that too.
And combining the glass to the.
I use a sculptable epoxy, so it actually looks like the clay, but it's a room temperature 2-part moldable.
Like J weld or
Yeah, it's
similar.
it's
Two plays.
epoxy sculpt is what it's called. It's cool stuff. Yeah, it's you can do anything with it, and it's really super hard at the end, and like very stable,
There's no way.
and sticks to anything.
But there's no way to combine them as immediate.
I've seen people try to do like maybe hot, like do them hot, or well, the clay typically is hotter than the glass. Clay is fired, yeah. Like my stoneware is 2380 is the top temperature in the stoneware. But you can fire different clay bodies, and they will be vitrified at lower temperatures depending on what you're doing. So there's what's called low fire, which is like 1940, and still way hotter than what we're doing here, where we're heating it up at 1300. I have seen somebody try to like combine them hot. Like I worked with this one woman, and she was making these clay faces, and then heating them up in the annealer, and then laying like a bubble over it. But the clay broke because it just couldn't handle the thermal shock of that like immediate heat like that. Yeah, and then like the clay isn't gonna move and shrink the same way the glass does, so it'll break them. You know, I'm sure that you could scientifically figure that out. Somebody could if they really spend enough time on it. So they're pulling some cane. They just have some clear glass and they attach a rod to either end of it and pass it off. And this is how those pieces start out. So this is going to become what they use to weave the pattern. So we're seeing this go from about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and then once it's completely stopped moving, that's 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. And they'll allow that to cool on the wooden racks. Later on, that'll get chopped up into the even lengths, and then because right now they're straight, they'll have to go through a process of heating them up in an annealing oven over bars to make that wiggly shape. Well, the age-old question of how often do burns happen? It's more often when you're starting out because you're still probably learning what's hot and what's not and when it is and when it isn't. And more often it's something else in the shop that's gotten hot, like a piece of metal that not, because you know the glass is hot, right? So that's like a given. But say like they were marvering and then somebody come by and like goes to lean on the table, something like more like that is what usually happens. Yeah. We all have our battle scars. That's cool. Is that from yesterday? Yes. So right now they have a piece that just came out that they made yesterday, and it was like a flat sheet that was sort of folded into like a wonton, sort of like put together. So you can see the different stages of the cane right over here. So we have the straight ones that have been cut up into even lengths. These ones have already been slumped over a form in an oven and then taken to the cold shop and sandblasted to clean them, because a lot of times they're using kiln wash as a release, and that can sometimes stick to the surface of the pieces, so they sandblast it essentially to clean them up. And then they get assembled like this, and so you can see they're alternating where the loops are, so eventually they're able to place a straight rod that goes through it to create the woven pattern. Yeah. Okay, it clicked. That was a great reaction. Does it make sense?
Now it does.
Okay, good. So they have one that's already all assembled. That's what we're waiting on to get hot right now, and it's in annealing oven number 2 on that side of the shop. And it's just a little shy. We want it to be at 1350 so the glass is nice and soft, and they can take the cylinder and roll it over and pick it up onto the cylinder. And then they'll do some manipulating and shaping from there. Yes?
For the new one that's just like hanging there, like what is it doing?
What is what doing? Oh, that. So that is cooling off the new piece of cane that they just stretched. That'll cool off on the racks, and then they have a ruler, they'll measure, and then chop it up into even lengths like this. So these are all like the same size. Not that long. Because there's so much surface area from the shape of it, it'll cool off fairly quickly, like 15 minutes before, something like that. Yes? Right now we're just flashing it to keep it hot, and they want it to be even temperature all throughout the piece as well. So he's just hanging out with it for the moment. Yeah. All right. And so right now, Kensuke is prepping some clear glass to do another cane pull. So when they're kind of in between stages like we are right now, they can go ahead and just make more cane because they're going to need lots and lots of this stuff. And Kensuke is here for a 5-day residency that began on Wednesday, and Sunday's the last day. And there will be an artist talk here in the hot shop on Sunday at noon. If you're not able to come back for that, just tune in on our YouTube channel, and you can find the link to that on our website, museumofglass.org. I'm sorry, what? By the museum. So our museum has a visiting artist program, and artists can apply to be a visiting artist here. And so in this case, Kensuke was approved to come here in 2020, but because of shutdowns, we're now able to start getting back to the artists that were basically missed because of the pause button that got hit. So we have a summer series, a visiting artist summer series, and so it's every week for 5 days each. There'll be a different artist in the shop. And then the rest of the year, we also have residency programs, and sometimes those vary in length, and also based on project. They do put them into, they provide the hotel stay. I don't know that they have a travel stipend. I'd have to ask Ben about that. But they do stay in the Marriott while they're here. Yeah, just downtown Tacoma here.
Supporting schools to teach local people how to, like if I wanted to try to learn how to do glass, do you have
So a very famous local school would be Pilchuck Glass School. That's just up north, and it's been around since the early 70s. And it is a world-renowned center for glass art. So you have people coming from all over the globe teaching different techniques and running workshops there. For somebody local who just wants to try it, and we have multiple hot shops around town that you can just go and take a class. We also have glass blowing in our Tacoma Public Schools. So we have the Hilltop Artist Program where they can begin learning how to blow glass at age 12 and then stay in that program up until I think their early 20s. And many of the people who've gone through that program have become glass artists. So currently there's an exhibition at the Tacoma Art Museum, and it's an alumni retrospective of 27 years of people going through that program. And you can go see that show at TAM on display right now. And the exhibition title is Gather. Yeah.
How do they get those different shapes?
The question was, how do they get different shaped cane? Because some of them are flat and wider, some of them are shaped like a triangle or a rectangle. So basically what they would do is pre-form that rather than having a round cylinder that you hook up to the pipe and stretch. So you would flatten the sides or facet it, if you will, and then stretch it, and it'll maintain that shape as it's stretched. But by now, it's cool enough that it's not going to stick together. And that's fine. It's okay if it touches, because it's not hot enough to stick. No, because they're going to get heated up and shaped. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's cane, there's So they're staggered.
You can run the opposite cane through. I mean, that's sweet.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Exactly.
I mean, I've only done yarn, so.
Do you knit or crochet?
Oh, I do that too, but I mean, I've also done the different weaving techniques
Okay.
too with straight yarn. Yeah.
Cool.
So the people that work in the hot tub, the facility artists, where does it, where do they get their training? They do the Hilltop school or something school or
So sometimes artists learn how to blow glass by working in a production shop where they just do repetitive and produce like a line of products. Sometimes artists go to college and get a degree in a program that offers glass blowing as a major. And so we have a mix of that in terms of training here. Gabe learned in, how long have you been blowing glass, Gabe? 26 years? Yeah. About the same for Ben, a little less for Sarah. Ben and Sarah both went to college. Gabe learned in a production studio. There, I think, I think Ben maybe went to Rhode Island School of Design. Yeah. Where did he go? Yeah. Rochester Institute of Technology is where Ben went. And then, who went to, where did Sarah go? They both went there. Yeah. Okay, so both Ben and Sarah went to RIT. Okay. Yeah. I forget. You went to what?
Solano Community College.
Vallejo?
No, that was in Fairfield. And then I dropped out.
You're a college dropout. Kids just like, you know, they come in here, they want to be astronauts and stuff, and then they realize,
Don't do it. I mean, we kind of knew that it was going to be, and I just was trying to take our time.
we got 25 more degrees to go. You guys doing okay? Yeah.
Like in retrospect, we could have gone through the exhibits and come back.
I didn't know it was going to be this long. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's fun watching as you were weaving.
Yes.
Size and insight.
So right now the cylinder is on pause. So they're just keeping it hot until the oven goes up about 50 more degrees. Then they're going to pick up the woven structure onto the cylinder by rolling the cylinder over it. And it'll, because it's going to be 1,350 degrees, that's hot enough that the glass will stick to the cylinder when they roll it up. Right now, yeah. They were ahead of the oven, so we're now trying to let the oven catch up to where we are with the cylinder. Just like hurry up and wait.
Cookie batter made and the oven's still running.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's like what's going on here. There's a lot of food parallels with this work. I'm like noodles and.
Sorry, guys.
Why don't you do something cool?
That's Matt. Can I pull a pony? And I found it because I was living
So as I mentioned earlier, the glass is completely hard at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and if it drops below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, it risks cracking from thermal shock. So notice the way this is set up, where Maye places this into the furnace. The outer end of the cylinder goes in first and goes in the farthest and comes out last. So it's always going to be hotter on the outer tip, right? And then you have the metal pipe that's also pulling a little bit of heat away from that back end where it's attached to the pipe. So you'll use the propane torch to supplement the heat on that back end of the cylinder to keep it nice and even all throughout the cylinder. I heard a voice. I just couldn't tell where it was coming from. No, they're plastic. Yeah. Thank you. I wish they glowed in the dark. They don't. I was like, that would have just bumped it up another notch. All right, so everybody's getting ready for this moment we've all been waiting for. They're just about ready to pick up. For those of you who arrived a little later on, we're working with Kensuke and Maye. They're here from Japan, and they have created these elaborate woven structures out of cane. And that's been heating up inside Annealing Oven number 2 right over here. And they are getting that up to just over 1,300 degrees Fahrenheit. They're going to take this cylinder and roll up that flat pattern or woven structure and pick that up onto the cylinder. And it's go time. This is where we all go, ooh, ah. You guys get it? Let's give them a round of applause, everyone. So they made something similar to this piece yesterday as well. It sounds like they're going to move forward with it. Instead of just leaving it as a straight cylinder, they may spot heat some areas, and then if you blow into that, it can create bulges in the cylinder. So we'll see where we go with this. Right now, it's just a matter of getting that all stuck on there. Again, using the propane torch to supplement heat. All right, we're going to go ahead and go through a slideshow of images on the screen so you can see finished work by our visiting artists this week. While we're watching that, I'll just give you the artist statement from Kensuke. It says, all my works are made up of glass lines that express the softness of glass and the warmth of the act of knitting. A straight glass rod is fused in a kiln to form a fabric-like structure, and the heat is applied to allow the piece to move more freely and emphasize the shadow and line of the piece. In this residency, I'll be creating a new work. I've been making basket-like shapes for a long time, but have been thinking more deeply about new, more fluid forms. So as you can see, they're spot heating that by holding the torch in one area of the cylinder, and then you saw Ben blow through the end of the pipe. They're trying to see if they can get movement and create some bulges in the piece. All right, so we're coming to the end of working on this piece. It is going to have to go into an annealing oven. So Gabe is going to get suited up in some protective gear because he'll be the one to carry it from the bench once they break it off of the pipe and place it carefully into that annealing oven. And the annealing oven is right around 900 degrees Fahrenheit, just below that 1,000-degree mark where the glass is holding its shape. So it's not too hot that it'll slump or move in that oven, but not too cool that it'll crack. So it's just right temperature to store it. At the end of the workday, they start a slow cooling cycle that safely brings the temperature of the glass down over a period of time. And again, that's to relieve the stress in the glass so that it doesn't crack from thermal shock. We want to make sure that it's a nice, even temperature all throughout that piece, right around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So Gabe just preheated the Kevlar gloves a little bit. They'll add some water to create stress cracks in the glass in a very specific area, then hit the pipe to break it off. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Visiting artist Kensuke, his wife Maye, and our hot shop team. Beautifully done and excellent teamwork. We'll go ahead and show finished images in a slideshow on a screen so you can see more finished work by our visiting artist. Thank you guys. Thanks for sticking it out with us. A good show. That was great. Yeah, I mean, you can see how much time goes into that. Just even assembling that thing. Yeah. That's definitely
How much trust everybody has.
Oh yeah. Well, you know, I'm like,
I think so.
and Cora has worked together for 17 years, and Ben and Gabe worked together and didn't stop before they came here. So yeah, yep, it becomes like a well-oiled machine after a while. Okay.
Yeah. It's done. You can't do something and then stop for an hour.
Right. Thank you so much for coming in. We are going to take lunch, and we'll be back in about an hour from now. Thanks for coming in, you guys. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Hot Shop at the Museum of Glass. Glad to see all of you here today. We are working with visiting artist Kensuke, and his wife is along with him, Maye, and they are doing some really incredible work. You can see some images up on the screen, basically using cane to weave patterns in the glass. In this case, they'll be picking it up onto a bubble this afternoon. So you can see in some of the images, it's put onto a blown form and made into like basket-like shapes. Other times it's kept flat and hung on the wall like a tapestry. But basically, I'm just gonna read you a little quick artist statement that Kensuke wrote and provided to us. It says, "All my works are made up of glass lines that express the softness of glass and the warmth of the act of knitting. A straight glass rod is fused in a kiln to form a fabric-like structure, and heat is applied to allow the piece to move freely and emphasize the shadow and line of the piece. In this residency, I will create new work. I've been making basket-like shapes for a long time, but have been thinking more deeply about new and more fluid forms." So this week so far, they've created a few pieces. This one was done yesterday. So this was the pattern that was laid out into an annealing oven, just like this one right over here, and then picked up and manipulated and folded kind of like you would if you were making like a wonton. So earlier today, we picked up a pattern that was in here onto a cylinder, and then what he ended up doing was taking that straight cylinder, heating up just the middle of it, and then they blew into it so it bulged in the middle, sort of kind of like opening up the threads of the weave that was around the bubble. So you can see some examples right over here, basically taking these wiggling pieces and alternating them so that there's a hole in the middle, and then sticking the straight rods through that to create the weave. I'll hold up a piece just to give you a better idea. So the cane is stretched and it starts out as a straight line. They put it into a kiln and heat it up over a bunch of bars so that it ends up like this. Then these are laid next to each other, very similarly to what you see here on the table. And then straight lines are shoved through the alternate over and under. So you can kind of see how they're starting to do that right here. And they'll use different shapes of cane. So some of it's flat and wide, so that's like our fettuccine. Some of it's like spaghetti. So they'll do different shapes of it to get different looks. So you can see the flat cane on this one right over here. So that one's been flattened out. Every time they slump these, they have to heat it up to a certain temperature to where the glass becomes soft enough to form to that shape, slowly cool it down. Then it's taken and sandblasted, because in order for the glass to release and not stick to the kiln shelf, they use a kiln wash, and a lot of times that can get a little bit stuck to the glass, so they have to clean them before and prep that, and then it gets heated up again once it's assembled into the pattern. So very, very process-oriented, working at different stages and heating up things at different times. So we'll be picking up one onto a bubble. This afternoon, it's gonna be quite large. So we fired up our largest reheating chamber. That's at about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. That's used to maintain the working temperature with the glass. So as the glass, it starts out at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit inside the furnace. This furnace can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it's kept running 24/7. So they'll gather from the glass furnace multiple times to build up the amount they need for the size of the piece that they're going to make. And it's going to be quite large, the one that we're going to make next, so they'll need to gather multiple times. Then they'll blow a bubble, and flatten the bubble so that they can pick up the sheets that are being preheated in a separate oven. When I say sheets, I'm referring to the woven glass, like the knitted structure that they've created. So it'll get picked up on one side of the flattened bubble, up, and then they'll pick up on the other side to encapsulate a bubble similar to what you see on this one here. Once they have the sheets onto the bubble, then they'll blow it up and kind of inflate it, which will cause the threads to sort of stretch, like pulling apart a little bit. So I've introduced our visiting artist, Kensuke. We also have our resident hot shop team, which is Gabe Feenan, Ben Cobb, and Sarah Gilbert. And they work with all the various visiting artists that come through the Museum of Glass studio. And my name is Heather Cornelius. I'm your MC, so if you have any questions, you can let me know. Also, just looking forward, this is a 5-day residency that began on Wednesday. So Sunday will be the final day of the residency, and they'll be hosting an artist talk here in the hot shop at noon on Sunday. If you're unable to come back for that, but you're just dying to hear from him, you can always watch online. So you can find the link to our YouTube channel on our website at museumofglass.org. To start things out, you have to preheat the end of the blowpipe. So that's what Sarah's doing right now so that the hot glass will stick to the hot metal. So as you can see, Sarah has gathered some clear glass from the furnace where it's kept at a molten temperature of 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. You gather by turning the end of the heated pipe into the molten material and then center it by using a wooden block. So the blocks are those ladle-shaped tools that are soaked in the buckets of water behind the bench, and that helps center the glass. Sarah just blew in through the end of the pipe and trapped the air inside by plugging up the end. So she capped the pipe, and that trapped air expands from the heat and forces a bubble in. So now we have a hollow bubble on the end of the blowpipe. All right, so she's now picked up another gather from the furnace. And as you can see, there were multiple blocks soaking in these buckets of water behind the bench. So as they gather more glass, they can graduate to larger size blocks. So while they're continuing to gather up more glass, as you can see, they center it, allow it to cool a little bit so it holds the shape, then go back and gather more. I'm going to do that a few more times. So I'm just going to play a short video clip on the screen for you that explains the raw material and how it's melted down in the furnace. So we'll play Charging the Furnace on the screen.
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And we'll go ahead and show the diagram of the glass furnace on the screen so you can kind of see how this is laid out. So it's fueled by natural gas and forced air and holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear glass inside. There's a large ceramic crucible that holds the material. this is getting heavy. Sarah's going to go ahead and cool the pipe off by running some water over the pipe prior to gathering, and that's just going to allow her to hold it a little bit closer to the glass on the end. The further your hands are away from the material on the end, the heavier it feels. That fulcrum gets pushed back, so they cool off the pipe and you can grip it closer. Sometimes when you're gathering, especially when it's this big, you have to turn at a certain rate or else you get a little tail that comes off. And at that point, you just have to strip it off and let it be there. And we can recycle our clear glass, so later it can just get broken up and charged back in the furnace. You have a question? I don't have a scale, but how much does it weigh, Sarah? I mean, we just maxed her out, pretty much. But she's athletic. I couldn't tell you, honestly. The pipe is pretty heavy itself, probably 10, 15 pounds. I don't know. How heavy is the pipe itself? It's a lot. And it feels like a lot more because it's out on the end of the pipe and you're having to turn it and you're using your whole body, and yeah, it's a lot. So a couple ways to center the material on the end of the pipe. We've got the block that you just saw. That one was so large that it just sits on the table. But as you can see, graduating to larger size blocks, it's no longer a handheld ladle-shaped thing. It's more like a big bowl. And then Ben just now is using a pad of newspaper that's soaked in water, and that allows him to use the movements of his hand to shape the glass. All right, so we're at our point where we now have all the glass for the size of the piece they're going to make. Good thing, because that thing barely fit out of the door of the furnace, so can't really go any more than that. And this is our largest reheating chamber that we have here in our facility. It is 5 feet deep and I believe 35 inches. Is it 35 diameter? Somewhere around 30 to 35 inches in diameter. So this piece will get quite large, especially once they start blowing that form, and then they're going to flatten the bubble, like squish it, so it gets wider. And the purpose for doing that is because they're going to pick up a sheet that is a specific size. There's 2 of those sheets, so one goes on one side of that flattened bubble, and then they'll flip it and put it on the other side as well. And it sort of gets clamshelled around the bubble like that smaller one there on this table. So the woven structures are inside an annealing oven right now on this side of the shop. And they'll want that to get up to around 1350, so 1,350 degrees Fahrenheit. And that structure at that point will be fused together in a flat sheet, similar to what you see here. You can see how they first slumped the cane to create the curves, and then they put the flat pieces in between, making that woven structure. So as you can see, glass blowing is very much a team sport. You have Sarah blowing through the pipe and Ben's turning that piece. Kensuke is shaping the glass. And then the wooden paddles are there that Maye is using to block the radiant heat from his forearm. Although he's wearing a protective sleeve, there's so much glass here and it's giving off a lot of radiant heat. And then, of course, to keep the heat in the reheating chamber, they have to open and close the doors. So we've got Gabe on door duty right now.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I get, and it should vary. You should be able to, like, have variation within the...
So at this point, they're establishing the neckline or the jack line, and that's the indentation in front of the moil. The moil is the glass that's on the pipe. That line is basically where this will get broken off of the pipe later on in the process, so they established that now. You'll notice that Ben was kind of hanging the bubble, and that was to elongate the form. So I was reading up on the measurements over here on the sketch, and this is quite large. It looks like 21 inches is what the sheet is inside that oven. So right now he's using cork pads to flatten out the bubble. They needed it to be a certain diameter. So once it's flattened, it'll pick up the sheets of the woven structures that are inside the annealing oven. How's everybody doing? Good? Nice. These things are so cool. So the annealing oven that the woven structures are inside, it's about 1260 degrees right now, and they want to get that up to 1350, which I think will probably be really close to by the time they're done shaping this. So once again, Kensuke is here for a 5-day residency here in the hot shop and was awarded the residency through the Museum of Glass's Application Visiting Artist Program. And that was back in 2020, but of course, you know, things closed down, and so we're now just getting back to those people that were on the application list from before. So that's what this residency is about. And just to give you information from Kensuke's own words, his artist statement reads, "All my works are made up of glass lines that express the softness of glass and the warmth of the act of knitting. A straight glass rod is fused in a kiln to form a fabric-like structure, and heat is applied to allow the piece to move more freely and emphasize the shadow and line of the piece. In this residency, I'll be creating new work. I've been making basket-like shapes for a long time, but I've been thinking more deeply about new, more fluid forms." So we have, again, those pieces in the annealing oven. Here's some examples laid out. This one's already been fused together. And there's the one on this work table that they were assembling earlier today. Okay, we're getting close to the point where they're going to pick up those woven glass structures that have been preheating. It's about 1,300 degrees Fahrenheit inside the annealer right now. Hi.
Blow torches are for what they're doing with that.
The question was about the torches. So those are propane torches, and what they'll do is they'll supplement heat in certain areas. So notice the way this is set up. The outer tip of the bubble goes in first, farthest, and comes out last. So it's always getting hotter there than, say, the back end where it's attached to the metal pipe, which is also drawing heat away. So in order to maintain an even temperature throughout the piece, you can supplement with that torch. And if you want to spot heat a certain area for a specific technique, you can use those torches as well. Kensuke is getting suited up in a silver suit, Kevlar gloves, and this is protective gear because, once again, that oven is 1,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Very hot inside there, and they're going to be picking up those woven glass structures here shortly. All right, we're getting really close to this happening, so you can see everyone's taken their positions in the hot shop. We've got people that are there to open the doors over at the annealing oven. It is the woven tapestry type thing, the glass woven structure is inside that oven at 1,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And there's two of them. So they'll put one on one side of the bubble, then flip and go to the other side. Gabe's got a propane torch there, so that's going to help fuse the woven structure onto the surface of the bubble. And here we go. And out. Wow, let's give them a round of applause. That was intense. Oh my God. Yeah. Seriously. we're hitting the capacity of our equipment with this piece today, guys. So when they were just gathering the glass from the glass furnace, that last gather almost didn't fit through the door of the glass furnace. We have our largest glory hole furnace, which is the reheating chamber, and that is about 5 feet deep. As you can see, this piece is quite large. It's using wooden paddles to sort of seam together the woven structures. So on a piece of this scale, communication is essential. So even as Ben is turning the pipe, he's saying out loud when he's going to flip the piece. So as Kensuke's there with the wooden paddles sort of seaming those parts together, Ben's like, okay, flip. Then he puts his hands away so he can turn that to the other side. And keeping it rotating is also essential because that's what keeps it on center. If you were to stop turning the pipe, the glass would slump. And something of this size, if that were to go off center, it would feel 10 times heavier than it already is. So at this point, they're heating it up. Sarah has a hose that can be hooked up to the end of the blowpipe, allowing her to blow into this. So you've noticed that it's starting to swell up. So it's really important to also use the torch on the moil. The moil is the glass that's actually on the pipe, holding it on there. When the glass goes below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit too quickly, that's when it risks cracking from thermal shock. So you'll see them often torch at the moil to make sure that the glass stays on the pipe and doesn't begin cracking. So in case you missed that, Sarah has a hose that's hooked up to the end of the blowpipe so she can blow into the piece, and that's inflating the bubble on the other end. So those corners where the pieces came together, I can point that out on this one here. Because these are made up of a bunch of little pieces, those edges are going to cool off faster, and they could possibly start to pop off a little bit. So Ben was just directing them, make sure to torch the corners in the back so we don't lose any material. Yes, this piece is a little bit larger than this one here, but that's the basic idea of the sculpture. So this would be still need to go to the cold working studio and get cut and polished in the area where it was attached to the pipe when they were working on it. So it's not completely finished yet, but that is the sculpture, yes. And we can play a slideshow of images on the screen for those of you who may have came in a little later on. You can see finished work by our visiting artist in this short slideshow. One of the really cool things I like about these pieces is that bulge when it stretches and it's like the fibers of a blanket are being pulled apart or something. It's really neat stuff happening on these sculptures. You can see one that they did earlier in the week on the table right over here, and this is almost finished. They'll have to cold work it, cut off a little bit of glass from the end of it and polish it. Sarah is bringing out the farm equipment. Basically, it's our tractor. This is going to allow them to not have to pick up this sculpture and walk it over to the annealing oven. So all the pieces have to go into an annealing oven so that it slowly cools the glass, relieves the stress so that it doesn't crack from thermal shock. But we got to get it from there into there. So that's what we brought that out. So using this piece of equipment, Ben will just need to get it from the yoke that it's on right now over to this farm equipment. I think that's the technical term for it. So as you can see, this is really hot. Sarah's got compressed air that she's blowing on Ben's hands so that his grip doesn't slip from sweat. So normally we would break the piece off at the bench and somebody would be suited up in a silver suit with Kevlar gloves and actually carry it from the bench and place it in. So we're doing things different because of the scale of this piece. It's just really maxing our team out and our equipment at this point. You can see Kensuke is suited up in the silver suit with Kevlar gloves, and he's going to help guide that into the annealing oven right over here on this end of the shop. All right, so this is it right here, folks.
Don't step on that. Sorry. Water. On the verticals. Hold on. Flip. Take it.
It's okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, excellent work by our team. Visiting artist Kensuke, his wife Maye, our hot shop team, Ben Cobb, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert. Woo! What do you guys think of that? That was a lot, huh? Okay, I guess we're going to do that again. So once again, our visiting artist is here for a 5-day residency. Sunday is the final day of the residency. And don't forget, there's an artist talk on Sunday at noon. And that's this Sunday at noon, artist talk here in the hot shop. If you're not able to come back for that, you can watch it. It will be streaming live on our YouTube channel, which you can find by visiting museumofglass.org. So they're just going to do a little bit of a short team meeting right now to talk about what they're going to make next. And then we'll get right to it. Thanks for coming in, you guys. So they just set up these ladders on the ground right here. They're going to start pulling more cane. Cane is what they're using to create the woven structures. So it first starts out by having a molten glob of glass on the end of a pipe, and it's solid. And they heat that up and shape it however desired for the design, and then stick another pipe to the other side of that mass, and then stretch it along the length of the hot shop to create the cane. There's many steps to this process. So once the straight cane is pulled, it's chopped up into even lengths and diameters. You can see over here on the table. It's then slumped into this ramen noodle-like shape inside of a kiln. So there's a bunch of bars, and they lay the flat ones on there and then heat it up, and it just slumps it. So that's how they're achieving this. A bunch of those are then assembled like what's here on the work table, and then straight lines are passed through the curves to create a weave. So hopefully I'm explaining that. Does that make sense to you guys, how they're making the woven patterns? So then that is taken and put into an oven once again, heated up to about 1300 degrees, and that's what we just finished picking up onto that bubble. Here's one that they made earlier in the week that's a little smaller than the one that we just did. That's the one that was in there. So he was just showing me a piece that they made yesterday. So there's different shapes that they've been working with. This one, in this case, is a long cylinder, and then they measured the diameter and length of the cylinder with calipers in order for it to match up with the woven structure that they had heated up. Thank you. So I'm thinking this next one is going to be smaller. Is it going to be smaller or
Tomorrow.
smaller? Okay.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Okay.
Today. Tomorrow.
Okay. Today.
Today.
15 inches.
Yeah, next piece.
Okay.
Yeah. Into turn. Roll up.
Okay.
Bend.
Okay. So this one is on right now. So basically, we have to wait for the woven sheet to heat up inside the annealing oven. You don't want to do that too fast. So in the meantime, we'll pull cane, and over here in number 2, they're heating up the glass woven structure that we'll be picking up onto a bubble a little later on. So we're just trying to work out the timing because it does take a bit of time for the oven to get up to temperature. And they want it to be about 1,350 degrees Fahrenheit, just a little hot. So the glass starts out in the furnace at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's the temperature when it's very fluid and molten. As it, I guess the movement could be compared to honey. So it's very fluid at that temperature. As it cools, it becomes stiffer and stiffer. At 1,000 degrees, it's completely holding its shape. It's not moving anymore at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So you could also, at that point, take your metal tool and tap on it, and it sounds like you're tapping on a window pane. So 1,000 degrees is cold for working with hot glass. So it's all relative, right? So that obviously it's not cold, but for us it's cold because you can't shape it anymore. If it goes below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit too quickly, that's when it risks cracking from thermal shock. So at any point while we're working, we don't want it to go below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit because it could end up on the floor. Then we have entirely separate ovens that are annealers, like this one right over here, and those get set to a very specific temperature. So it's like 920 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's not too hot that it's going to cause the piece to slump or move, but it's not too cold that it'll crack from thermal shock. So that's like the holding temperature as we complete pieces, and then we'll load them into the all-in-one oven, which is the one behind Gabe on that side. The big old black box right there with some chalk drawings on it, that's what we're loading into today. Then at the end of the workday, we can start a program, which is a slow cooling cycle that will bring the temperature down very slowly over a period of time. And the time is dependent on the thickness of the glass. So the thicker the glass is, the longer that cooling process takes. So right now they're just working on the flat cane. This is an interesting part of the process to see because it's showing us how they're making the cane into the shape that it is. So basically it's laid over these, I think what are pieces of kiln shelf, some sort of refractory, but basically they'll take the straight cane and lay it across those so it makes them wave. Once they heat it up, the cane will slump over that shape and create the curves. I don't know if can we show a camera shot of the inside of kiln, what, number 3? Just to sort of lay out like the inside here. So as you can see, that straight piece of cane, when it's laid over those bars and heated up, it'll slump over it to get that shape. Like this. So by creating those curved parts, they're then able to lay those wavy pieces next to each other and then thread a straight rod through that to create an actual woven structure. So just FYI, because of the nature of this process, we have to take the sheets of the woven structure, like this one over here, and heat it up in an annealing oven. We're doing that right now in number 2. But at this point, we're kind of on hold because we have to wait for that oven to get up to temperature. So that's why in the meantime, they've been pulling cane, but it is a little slow going. And so we're at 700 right now. We need to be almost double that. So it'll be a little bit of time before we actually go in and pick up another piece. In the meantime, they are going to be starting a piece here in a little while once we get in line with the timing of this oven. They'll be making a cylindrical form like this one, and then picking up that sheet on top of that.
Yeah, they gotta shoot this like on a black background, like look like something. Pick up all those little shadows. I love that about glass, like the way like crested lights this one vessels like they're wide ones. With the sand. Yeah, the upside down hats.
That's like so stupid. And then the sandblasting patterns are so old, they cast onto them.
It doesn't even like light densities. Like we use it all the time in filmmaking. Like put a certain pattern or densities on the light to shape them. Okay. Scrapers and stuff, and it can be like look like overusing the light. Oh my god. Same with like fires. So you get fire, it's like fiery paint.
Oh my god.
So all those like lighting.
I had no idea. I just learned something new. That's cool. Aren't they amazing? We were just talking about, like, can you imagine this is set up in a gallery with the light on it? Like, it's gonna bounce light all over the place. So this was a sheet that they just picked up and kind of folded it almost like you would a wonton.
With all the rods.
Yeah. So they made it out of this. The next one they're gonna pick up onto a bubble and roll it up kind of like that one.
That is just,
The one that they
that's
just finished
awesome.
was massive that they did just now. Yeah, these guys.
Well, if you don't need to keep that one, I'll just take it. You know, I hate for it to just be
to
sitting
just
here.
go to waste.
You know, so sad.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly, the light's attracting all of it.
it's, yeah, it bounces off like crazy.
It is.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he graduated Kensuke as the visiting artist. He graduated from the Toyama Glass Institute in Japan. He has like 2 art degrees, but he's been making these, and he applied for a residency in 2020. But of course, we were all shut down. So we're finally getting back to those artists that weren't able to come right now.
So these long rods are going to be changed into some of these twists and waves and all that. Right?
So they put a bunch of these bars out and then lay them over it and then heat it up and then they slump into that shape. And then that's a whole separate firing. And then once those are made, then they can assemble this and they'll take the straight rods and weave it through the negative
this I
spaces.
love the weaving.
Yeah.
It's so intricate.
So this will
It
get
is.
a similar treatment. These are just flat. These are our fettuccine and these are our spaghetti, but they'll be treated the same.
You're going to make me hungry.
Yeah, I know, right?
No, this piece though, I mean, that is
so
a wow.
cool.
That is a total wow.
Yes, I know. Beautiful.
Awesome.
We love it. Yeah, this is really. So they also get sandblasted, which is the part that I left out. After they're spun into the ramen noodles,
Get it to the shiny.
so they sandblast. So you can see some of them are not shiny.
Right. They look, yes, they've got that finish. Matte
Part
finish.
of that is. What's up? Oh, he's gonna do a thing. Did he tell you?
Oh no, Gabe's gonna do a pony.
So in the meantime, while we're waiting for this oven to heat up, Gabe's gonna do a little something for us up front, right over here in just a moment. So he's gathering clear glass on the end of a solid pipe. That clear glass starts out at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a miniature sculpture. Oh, you can see on the screen. Some of them are displayed individually, and some of them are displayed as a grouping. The ones that he's working on this week is all clear glass, but you can see that the pieces that are like the basket forms, he's used color in the past as well. Thank you. So this one, you can see sometimes he uses the fused sheets that are woven as like wall hanging tapestry type pieces, and the others are made into like basket forms. So this is the studio in Japan. I'm like, I wish we had windows. It's weird in the wintertime because we get here in the morning and it's dark outside when we walk into the cone, and then it's dark outside by the time we leave at 5. So it's like we don't see the light of day, like, unless we go out during our lunch break. But.
And is this pretty unique to be in a cone or to glass blowing studios?
This is a unique piece of architecture that we're in, and it was actually artfully designed to, I guess, honor the industry in the area. It's designed inspired by a wigwam burner, which is what they used in the lumber industry to burn off waste wood. And they just looked like, I mean, they weren't like at a dynamic 40 or degree angle or whatever it is. They sat straight up and down, but they would burn off the waste wood with those burners. And so the architect took that idea, and they were made out of metal as well. And so this material was chosen specifically for that, and then just kind of angled it for like a dynamic effect. I mean, it looks gorgeous, like when you're coming down off the highway and you just see this cool metal structure. Yeah, like that and the dome, and this is like very iconic for Tacoma's city line. Typically, an artist residency is 5 days long. So it started Wednesday, and then Sunday will be the final day. And a lot of times our summer series is coupled with Pilchuck Glass School. So artists that are traveling from outside the country often will come here for a week residency, a 5-day residency, and then go up to Pilchuck either before or after their residency here. Pilchuck is a world-renowned glass art school that was opened in the early 70s, and it was specifically for glass artists to go to and teach their techniques and share information in workshops. So it's not a place that you go and like get a degree. You just go to it's like an artist retreat almost, but you're learning a ton while you're there because all these people are bringing their ideas and teaching workshops in many different techniques. Yeah. Pilchuck, north, yeah. Yep. Yeah. So if you guys notice the shape of the glass, they had flattened it. So that's going to make our fettuccine, where the other ones, if they stay cylindrical before they stretch it, that makes like the spaghetti. That's like the easiest way for me to explain it, is to compare it to food. It's really, no, that was fettuccine, wasn't it?
Oh, that was wonderful fettuccine.
Okay, so they've decided to go with a slightly smaller piece because it's taking a long time for the other woven pattern to get up to temperature. So the one that we were going to do is at 890 degrees Fahrenheit, and we need it to be like 1300. It's really slow. Chugging along, number 2. So what they did was they laid out a smaller pattern, and that's preheating in this oven over here, but basically they'll be able to pick it up and use the furnace to heat it up more quickly. And then they're going to make a bowl with a woven structure on it. So we have a visiting artist in the shop this week, Kensuke, and along with his wife, Maye, and they are working on, it's a very process-oriented project. So it's combining slumping, fusing, and glass blowing all into one sculpture. So it starts out by pulling cane, which are the rods of glass. They get stretched out along the length of the hot shop and then chopped up into even lengths, like this. Those get laid over a whole bunch of bars and then heated up again in another oven to make something like this. And then those are sandblasted because sometimes kiln wash gets stuck to them. And then after they're sandblasted, they're assembled into something like this, which to me looks like I just opened a pack of Top Ramen and it's all like wavy. But then they take the straight rods once again and weave it through the over and under kind of pattern. So it's like actual woven glass. Those then get heated up again in an annealing oven, and what they'll do is pick it up onto a blown bubble and then create a sculpture. So for instance, this one here had 2 flat sheets heated up in an oven. They took a bubble, a blown bubble, flattened it, laid it onto one sheet to pick it up, and then laid it onto the other, so it's like clamshelling around the bubble. That flattened bubble then got blown into and heated in this area to make it round again. And then there's also a cylindrical version of the same type of techniques on this one here. So this is just a hollow cylinder of a bubble, and then they rolled up the pattern on the surface of that. They've also just been experiencing with taking the sheets and picking them up and forming them in different ways. So this one, the idea was like how you would wrap a wonton, but it just sits as a free form. There's no bubble inside of this one. So right now, Gabe has gathered clear glass onto a blowpipe, blew in through the end of the pipe to create a hollow space, so we have a clear bubble on the end of the blowpipe. Once it's shaped, he's allowing that to cool a little bit just to hold its shape. Glass is no longer fluid. It's stiffened completely at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so that's cold for the working temperature. Allow that to cool, and then go back for another gather to get more glass. And they'll do that a few times to build up the amount of glass needed for the size of the piece that they're going to make. So inside that furnace is a ceramic crucible that can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. And when you open the door, you just see a pool of that molten material. You turn the pipe into the molten glass to gather some up, just like gathering honey on a wooden dipper. Right now, he's cooling off the pipe by running water over it, and that just makes it a little more comfortable to handle closer to the glass. Right, yeah, just to cool off the pipe. So the further you're holding it away from the glass, the heavier it feels. So you want to cool off that pipe, and then you can hold it closer to the material. Gabe is using a wooden block, and that's used to center the glass. It's that ladle-shaped tool. The blocks are soaked in the buckets behind the bench. And there are many of them because as you gather more glass, you graduate to larger size blocks. So inside this annealing oven, you see that they're assembling those straight lines. So those are what they slump the cane over the top of to make it wiggly. So once they heat up the glass, they're starting out as straight rods. Once it's heated up to about 1,200 degrees, it goes from being a straight line to a wiggly line. And then those are assembled into the weaving structure.
Secret spices? Is it 21 herbs and spices?
That's a lot of flavor.
Flavor country. Fucking flavor country. All right, yeah, that'd be a good one. What is that from? What is flavor country? What is that? What advertisement is that from? Marlboro.
What is it?
Marlboro cigarettes.
Really?
Come down to flavor country. Marlboro Red Top.
I guess I've never seen
What's that?
I guess I've just never seen.
I mean, that's probably flavor country was like late 80s, 90s probably. They're probably like a cowboy.
I mean, I remember the cowboy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the, like the Marvel.
The gang cowboy, yeah.
There are a number of different forms, but like the one on the pedestal here started out as a blown cylinder. They actually weave glass by starting with straight rods of cane, slumping them into curves, and then weaving between those. You can see one that's partially assembled right over here on the table. Those get heated up and then picked up onto a bubble. So right now they're going to do a smaller version that they're going to make into a bowl. I will show a slideshow of images of Kensuke's artwork on the screen so you can become more familiar with the finished work. So it'll be something like that one in the top left corner. So right now they just need to heat that up. It's going to tack fuse all those separate pieces together. And Ben has the bubble that they've shaped into a cylinder so that way they can roll it over this flat sheet of woven pattern and pick it up onto the surface. So they pick up the kiln shelf and rotate it. Because of the way this is set up, the outer end of the piece goes in first to the reheating chamber, goes in the farthest, and comes out last. So it's always spending more time than the back end. So they flip it to make sure that the whole thing is even temperature. All right, so now they have the pattern on the piece, they can begin to shape the form. And in this case, they're going to be making a bowl. So the way that they rolled this up, basically, they want the pattern to wrap all the way around the bottom. The outer end is the bottom. But because it was a cylinder bubble picking up a flat thing, there's no pattern there. So they're just trimming off that excess that doesn't have the pattern on it. You can see Gabe blows through the end of the pipe that inflates the bubble. And Ben's going to use the diamond shears to go ahead and trim that excess off.
It's ABC. So it was kids. Do you remember that? Aisha? Oh, dude, you don't remember? ABC. DVD. East Coast family. Come on. Look up Aisha. ABC.
So Ben placed an indentation in the bubble just in front of where it's attached to the pipe. That's the neckline, and that's where it'll get broken off of this blowpipe later on in the process. So that will actually be the opening of the bowl. And right now he's using a wooden paddle to flatten the form. So they're going to need to transfer this onto another pipe in order to shape the opening at the top of the bowl. So Sarah's going to prepare a punty. It'll be a solid pipe with clear glass on the end of it. That's going to get attached to the foot or the outer end of the bubble. So they'll align the punty on center on the foot of the bowl, and once that's securely attached, they'll add a little bit of water at the neckline. That's the indentation in front of where it's attached to that original blowpipe. The water will create stress cracks in the glass, and then they'll tap the pipe to break it away. So Gabe has a Sophietta, and that's the cone with a tube. Basically, it's a miniature blowpipe. And that cone shape allows you to place that into different size openings in order to add a puff of air. So right now it's kind of a tapered shape, and they're gonna blow into that, maybe, no? Oh, he didn't even need it this time. But basically it puffs up the shoulder right below the lip. Sarah has wooden paddles doing a couple of different things. One blocking radiant heat from Ben's forearm. The other is placing that up against the lip to keep it level as it's opening. It does look cool. It's like a spider web kind of. All right, so they're just about finished with this piece. Gabe is suited up with some protective gear and Kevlar gloves because he'll carry it from the bench and place it into the annealing oven. The glass is going to be right around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit as he carries it over and then places it inside the annealer, which is at 915 right now. Little water is applied to create a weak point in the glass so they can carefully break it off the pipe. Beautifully done. Let's give them a round of applause, everyone.
Oh yeah, I don't know, Gabe. Maybe like 7-Eleven? Yeah, I wait. And we were also gonna make some soy sausages.
So at this point, we're still waiting on the pattern that's inside this oven to heat up. It's taken a long time. Right now it's at 1,080 degrees, and we need it to be about 1,300 in order to pick up the woven pattern. So we're in a little bit of a holding place while the oven catches up to temperature. Nick is so kind. He's going to do a cool thing for us right here up front. So if we could get a good camera shot of that. All right, so Sarah has the start for this next piece they're going to work on. Right now, she has solid clear glass on the end of the blowpipe. She's rolling on the marver table to shape it. And that cools the outer skin of the glass, and that way it begins to hold that shape. She's going to blow through the end of the pipe and plug up the air that she's blown in, and it'll expand from the heat and force a bubble in. And there it is. So now we have a hollow bubble on the end of the blowpipe. These are natural gas and forced air furnaces up front, and then the annealers are electric. So the one that we're waiting on to get up to temperature, this number 2 right over here, that's an electric kiln. Very similar to like a ceramic pottery kiln or something.
And putting that last piece they made, it looks finished to me. They put it in there to
So the annealing ovens are there to slowly cool the glass over a period of time and relieve the stress. Otherwise, it would just crack from thermal shock. Yeah, and so that time is dependent on the thickness of the glass. So you're programming that oven to the thickest piece of glass that's in it. Yeah. And they're going to go ahead and pull some cane right out here. So Ben's laying out these wooden racks. That's what they use to allow the cane to cool once they stretch it along the length of the shop. Once it's cooled down, then it'll get chopped up into even lengths. From there, it goes into another kiln where there are bars, and that straight piece then becomes wiggly. So there's a bar underneath each one of those bumps. Once those are made, then they assemble them into a pattern similar to the one that's on the table over there, and they'll actually place straight rods through, so it's literally woven glass. Yes. All right, so they're making, they're pulling cane right now. Yeah, they make the rods, and then they manipulate them multiple different ways. Yeah.
So like that bin of broken glass, they can heat that, clump it up, and then stretch it out? Could they do it like that?
So we can recycle our own clear glass, but basically it has to get cleaned and broken up and then charged into the furnace where we have the molten material. So I can show you a diagram of the glass furnace on the screen. So this furnace can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. It's kept at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And there's a large ceramic crucible inside that holds the material. And these are fueled by natural gas and forced air. So any clear glass that's collected in this barrel will go through a process of getting cleaned and broken up and then can be loaded back in. So Sarah's going to repeat the process of gathering clear glass from the furnace. Each time she gathers, she centers the glass using a wooden block. That's the ladle-shaped tools soaked in the buckets behind the bench. Once it's centered, they'll allow it to cool off a little bit so it holds its shape and then return to the furnace to gather up more glass. Sometimes when you gather, you can end up with maybe some like crumbs from the furnace. Maybe the brick is breaking down, or sometimes they're just small air bubbles. And what he was doing was just pulling that off and trimming it away, and it'll just reshape that area. Oh, cool. And right now he's cooling off the pipe by running water over it. So it makes it a little more comfortable to handle closer to the glass. So that process is pulling cane. That will allow to cool off on these racks, and then later will get chopped up into even lengths. And that's, so they're making cane, then they slump it in an oven to create this. Then a bunch of these are laid out next to each other, and then they weave straight lines through them, so it's actually woven glass. I don't have, well, you can see the pattern on here, but it's just been stretched out on this particular piece. But they'll lay out that pattern of the woven structure flat and then heat it up once again. Right now we have one of those heating up inside this oven right over here. It's at 1185. We want to make it to about 1300 before we go in and pick up the woven structure onto the bubble that they're working on right here at the bench. So it's going to be something in similar form to this one. So they'll literally roll the bubble over it and it'll pick up that woven structure. So there's a couple of pairs of calipers that they're using. One is for the length of the piece because they know the measurement of the flat woven structure, and also of the diameter of the piece. So they're going for measurements that are referenced on those calipers on the bench. And take a picture of you. Like, it just means so much to me to see them in a museum. So they've set up a paper marver, which is a piece of wood with newspaper that's wet on the table over there, and that allows them to stand in one spot and spin it, and that's going to help create a nice straight contour to the cylinder. song. Yeah. So Gabe is using the jacks to create a straight contour to the side, while Ben is pressing with a wooden paddle to flatten that outer end of the cylinder. So the structure of the bubble, or we'll say cylinder now, is such that it's going to be able to handle picking up the flat woven structure. So it's a little thicker than like what we would normally do, but that's just so that that bubble has more integrity to then pick up all that extra glass. Right now, Ben is using a tungsten drill bit, placing a hole on the outer end of the piece. The hole on the outer end is important because normally we would transfer the piece onto a solid punty. In this case, they're going to create a collar on a separate blowpipe, align that with the hole that they just drilled in, and then close the other side. So this will allow us access to continue blowing into the piece after it's transferred. It's going to be something similar to the one that's on the pedestal over there, but they've been making slight changes each time. So yesterday, that was from yesterday, and then we did one earlier today. This morning, what they did was they made a cylinder one like this, but then torched just in the middle and then blew into it to create a bulge in the center. And it's really cool. Like, what I love about these pieces is when you stretch it after the woven structure's on there, it kind of like, it's like threads being pulled apart. So it's like creating this visual tension of the stretching. So I don't know if you can see it on this one, but basically where they blew into it, it's like all the fibers have opened up and there's now different shapes and spaces in between them. So they'll likely be doing that on this one, and the reason I know that is because they're going to put it onto a blowpipe when they transfer it, and that's how they achieve that, by blowing into it after the woven structure's applied.
Do you ever talk about, are these people here students?
Oh, sure, yes.
What their training is like?
Absolutely. So our visiting artist today, this week, it's a 5-day residency, is Kensuke, and he's right over here, along with his wife Maye. They're from Japan. Kensuke studied glass at Toyama Institute of Glass Art and Tama Art University. He graduated in 2021. So congratulations to him for that. He was awarded this residency through Museum of Glass's Application Visiting Artist Program. That was supposed to happen in 2020, and we all know what happened in 2020, so now we're catching up with all of those artists that were chosen and are finally now getting to come for their residencies. And I'll just read you a little artist statement that he wrote. It says, "All my works are made up of glass lines that express the softness of glass and the warmth of the act of knitting. A straight glass rod is fused in a kiln to form fabric-like structures, and heat is applied to allow the piece to move freely and emphasize the shadow and line of the piece. In this residency, I will be creating new work. I've been making basket-like shapes for a long time, but I've been thinking more deeply about new and more fluid forms. So we have our resident hot shop team that work here full-time. Gabe Feenan, Ben Cobb seated at the bench, Sarah Gilbert right over here, and Nick Davis is our technician in the plaid hat. So he keeps everything running, all the equipment and everything like that. And Ben and Gabe have been working here at the Museum of Glass since we opened 20 years ago. And Sarah joined them a couple years after we opened. And then I've been here talking about glass for 15 years. Both Sarah and Ben went to Rochester Institute of Technology and graduated with a degree, and they emphasized in glass blowing. And Gabe worked in a production facility, and he's been blowing glass for 26 years now. He and Ben actually worked together before working here in a shop down in California, and then both of them came up here and joined the MOG team. Serena is the head of our audiovisual, and she's in the red cap over there. Ooh! So our resident team, our hot shop team, works here with all the different visiting artists that come through for residencies. In the summer series, typically are 5-day residencies, so Wednesday through Sunday. This coming Sunday, Kensuke will be hosting an artist talk here in the hot shop at noon on that day, this Sunday. If you're not able to come back, but you're interested in hearing from him more about his work, you can go onto our YouTube channel. We stream that artist talk live. We're actually streaming live. You can watch us anytime. But particularly that talk at noon on Sunday, we'll be streaming live, and you can find the link to our YouTube channel on our Museum of Glass website, and that's museumofglass.org. All right, so now that they've aligned what's a collar of clear glass on the end of the blowpipe, aligning that with the hole that they drilled in the bottom. Once that's securely attached, they'll break it off of the original blowpipe at the neckline. So water's applied at the neckline, causing stress cracks in the glass, then you can hit the pipe to break it away. So now that it's transferred, they have access to working on that area where it was attached to that first blowpipe, and they're going to close that off. Because we transferred it onto a second blowpipe and placed that hole in, this will give us access to blowing into the form at this stage in the process. So we've been trying to time the blown portion of the piece with the temperature of the annealing oven that the woven structure is inside. So right now we're at 1243. We need to get up just over 1300. So our timing is pretty right on. So right now you can see that he's holding that partially into the reheating chamber, then he'll flash the whole thing, but come out and just hold that outer end. They really want to soften the glass where that opening is and then close it off. So you can see where the glass is on that outer end now glowing orange. That helps indicate where the glass is hotter. So heat gives off incandescent light that causes it to glow like that. So now that that's closed off, on the end, we still have that hole in front of the blowpipe. So now Ben's able to blow into the piece and inflate that as Gabe shapes it using a pad of newspaper that's soaked in water. Sarah has wooden paddles that she's using to help block the radiant heat from Gabe's forearm and chest. All right, so they brought it over to the paper marver. It's layers of newspaper soaked in water. This allows them to stand in one place and spin that quickly to help straighten out the contour of the cylinder. Sarah's there with wooden paddles to press against the end. And Gabe is coming back with the calipers. These measurements were taken from the flat sheet of the woven structure. So we're lining that up with the diameter and the length in order to pick up that size of a sheet. All right, so we're doing something a little different on this one. Gabe just marked the pipe into thirds, and they're gonna take bits of clear glass that Sarah's gonna prepare, and they're gonna lay it vertically on the piece, lengthwise. When it's standing later, it'll be vertically, but right now it's lengthwise. And that's just basically gonna create some bulged areas, 3 lines of that, and then they'll pick that up over it. So the goal is to do a project and then expand on that. So each time they do it, they've kind of done something a little bit different in their techniques, just adding kind of one thing at a time, and then it's just evolving. So Sarah's prepared that cylindrical bit that they're laying onto the side of the cylinder. Gabe has the shears there, and he'll cut that away. All right, we're at 13:04 right now, so we're getting very close to picking up this, which is like perfect timing because it's almost 5 o'clock.
People did a lot of cocaine back then.
So they're just checking on the measurement. It was very satisfying because it was spot on. But basically, they're taking that flat measurement from what's inside the oven, and that way it's going to cover the cylinder. All right, this is just about to happen. We're at 13, 21, 22 right now, so it's perfect temperature. Yeah, come on over, guys, if you want to get a view. Just know that it's going to be warm right there. I bet. That thing was crazy earlier. So torching the back end of that is to help even out the temperature because it spends less time in the reheating chamber because it goes in last, comes out first. So you want to make sure that if the whole thing is hot enough, you supplement with the torch. All right, here we go. All right, let's give the team a round of applause, everyone. Door of the furnace. Like 5 minutes? Okay. So we're going to go ahead and show a slideshow of images on the screen so you can see the finished work by our visiting artist, Kensuke. Okay, thanks, Brian. So this is interesting as a series to me because he's combining slumping to make those wiggled lines and then fusing when they're all tacked together and glass blowing by picking that up onto a bubble. And you can see in the photo, they're often made into basket forms, but can also be like slumped, basically kept flat and hung on the wall like a tapestry as well. All right, so they're prepping the annealing oven. It looks like they need to move something inside there before they can put this away, but we are almost done. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. So they just have to shift some things over inside there, and then we'll be ready to place this into the annealing oven. That oven is there to slowly cool the glass over a period of time to relieve the stress in the glass so that it doesn't crack from thermal shock. Water is being applied right in front of where that's attached to the blowpipe. They'll hit the pipe to break it off. All right, everyone, let's give them a big round of applause. Visiting artist Kensuke, his wife, Maye, our Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis, Serena, oh, and Chris. We can't forget Chris, who's been working the cameras for us all day. We got to thank him, too. Thank you. And Brian. All right, thanks so much for joining us, you guys. I hope you enjoyed your time here. Come back soon. Thank you. That was fun, you guys. Yeah, take care.